Okay, cool. Good morning, people. Sorry I'm 5 minutes late. My bad. Let me get my face up here. There I am. And I'll do keystrokes too. Oh, I do have keystrokes. There's on the wrong monitor. There we go. Something like that. All right, cool. Capitaine Adrar. I've been waiting 3 hours for this live. Whoa, that's a long time. Sorry to see all the videos because they're all 3 hours long, so sorry if I don't know what you're doing. No worries. Yeah, I mean they're all just VODs of the live streams, like William said, I guess there. So feel free to ask questions. I'll try to answer them. Um, is the app in Rust 2? The app in this video, the backend is in Rust, so the API, the server is written in Rust. But the front end's gonna be in Swift because it's an iOS app. So, okay, so we're working today on. Well, actually, let me go ping the Discord first, and then we'll start. Cool. Okay. Cool. So let me open up Xcode. Okay. And then I should have. Oh yes. This is our great plan we were making yesterday. Why is Xcode not opening? Xcode. Is it an app desktop, an app mobile, or app web? I'm saying the screen itself, the window. It'll be a native mobile iOS app to start, and then hopefully expand to other platforms later on. Okay, cool. So then, Resolve is the app. There we go. It's going really slow. I don't know why. Um, it's booting the simulator. Wait for it. Usually once it does this once, it's faster after that, but it takes a little minute the first time. Because it's actually like booting iOS, which is kind of crazy. Here we go. Cool. So there's where we got to yesterday. And yeah, okay. So for anybody who wasn't on yesterday, These are the resolutions. The fire grows as you get more days, okay? And some of this stuff is going to change because I talked with my brother, the one I'm making this app with, yesterday after work, and showed him this, and we talked about a bunch of things, and we kind of decided to do a few things differently. But generally, the idea is what we want to do, I think. So this is generally good, but we might want to change a few things. So, we'll actually definitely want to change a few things. One of those things is the fires. So we're not going to use fires. As cool as these fires are, we're going to slightly gamify it a bit more than that. And instead of growing fires, grow creatures. So picture like you start with like an egg, and then it hatches, and then you got a little baby creature, and then it slowly like grows. Instead of like the fire growing and changing colors, it just, we thought it'd be like a little more and I guess like intriguing, engaging, compelling is the word I'm looking for. If it was something else. So I need to make those creatures. We decided we're gonna go with since we do have like the, where's my browser? Where's our logo? Right here. We have a whale as the logo currently, so we're gonna stick with that theme, and we're gonna do ocean creatures. And yeah, so I'm gonna make like 5 stages of some of these ocean creatures, and I think that's what I'll start with today, is that. Hello, computer scientist. So, not dinosaurs, sea creatures. So these are the creatures that we thought we'd start with. Lobster, jellyfish, pufferfish, nudibranch, seahorse, lionfish, moray. And then, yeah, and then later versions of the app could have more creatures, but I figured I'd just start making some of those, which will be quite an undertaking. So that'll probably be what today is about, is me trying to turn on my inner artist and create some animated growing creatures. Ocean creatures from an egg, yeah. Fish lay eggs. Not like a dinosaur egg, but like a little like soft egg, you know? Well, a lot of these have come from eggs. Pufferfish come from eggs. Seahorses, actually seahorses that give live birth. Lionfish come from eggs. Morays come from eggs. Yeah, I'll have to do some research. I think these come from eggs. All right, let's get to it. So these were our fires. We're not gonna do fires anymore. I'm gonna make a new design file. I'm gonna call this creatures. Animated chat, we're dead. Well, not like crazy animations. I'm just thinking like really simple things. I'm gonna turn this entire background. Actually, okay, wait. So what are like the dimensions? Because this is roughly, I mean, I can change this, but like roughly the space I have to work with is like this inner space here, right? So it's kind of like these sorts of dimensions. It's kind of like my canvas. Let me bring that into here. This is like the size I have to work with. What? Okay, so then let me make some frames that are, what is this? 220 by 160, so we'll go with that. We'll go with like 220 by 160. By 160, but then let me scale that up to like 440 by 320, is that right? So this will be like my canvas here, except for to make it a little, I'm gonna make it a little bigger, 880 by 640. So I just took this and made it 16 times bigger. But the same proportions. So we're keeping the same scale. And now I just need to make a bunch of creatures, starting with, can I like copy this text? There's our list. I will be wanting your guys' input too on these creatures because I'm not a very good artist. But who should we start with? Who should we start with? By the way, each of these is gonna have 5 different phases it goes through. I'm gonna do a poll. Lobster, jellyfish. I don't know how many options I can do in these. Puffer fish, nudibranch. Oh, I can't do all the options. Never mind. I'm not doing a poll. What do you guys think? Any thoughts? Kinda. Which one would be kind of simple to start out with? The jellyfish? Alright, let's start with the jellyfish. Because I feel like jellyfish are kind of simple. Simple creatures. Let me bring this over here. Jellyfish life cycle. Okay, yeah, these guys have like crazy lives. Okay, but they're also a little bit less personable maybe than some of the others. Okay, now let me start with something that has like more of a face. Like a lobster. Or pufferfish? I don't know. I don't know. How about a seahorse? Or a lionfish? Or a pufferfish? Or a nudibranch? Ray? Doesn't really matter, I guess, what I start with. Let's just do... I guess let's just go in order. Starting from the top. Lobster. We're gonna do lobster. Lobster. Life cycle. I don't even know what they start as. They start as like a little plankton, don't they? Life cycle of a Maine lobster. Dude, I just need pictures. Just give me the pictures. So they start as an egg, and then they turn into like this little... Oh yeah, this is perfect. Turn into like this thing. Interesting. Any other pictures we got here? Oh, here we go. This is good. Where'd that picture go? Or maybe this, I think this is the best one. All right, let me like, that's the link. I need to like copy the photo. Copy image. Right, here's our reference for the lobster life cycle. No, we're not doing pixel art. But we're gonna do like simplified, so like not this complicated. All right, and then what are the stages we're gonna do? Like, what does a lobster egg look like? Lobster egg. Oh yeah, they all like stick to the tail of the female. We're learning all about marine biology. But they basically just look like little tiny things with a black dot in them. So I'll start with that. So we'll do like egg, 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 and then like one of these tiny little plankton guys. Tiny plankton guy. And then like this guy maybe. Bigger plankton guy. And then like small lobster and then big lobster, I guess we'll do. Those will be the 5 stages of lobster. Starting with the egg. So the egg looks just literally like a shiny little circle with a black dot. Although some of them are black. I'll go with these ones though. I feel like they're more marketable. Okay. So I'm going to make an egg. It's gonna be small. And make it kind of, there's kind of like a cream brown color, sort of. Kind of like that color, but even a little lighter. And then it had like a little black dot in it, didn't it? Which would be more like that. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking good. Yeah, the 6th is food. The 6th one is boiling in a pot. No, just kidding. And then we need to make it look shiny. So I'll go like this. This. Oops. Just look at that shine. Hold your horses. Don't criticize yet. Something's a little bit funny up here. The whole thing needs to be a smidge lighter. And maybe even like brought to the other. No, that'd be like bottom lit. Why are my computer fans going like full force? Oh, it's OES? That's interesting. Interesting. Alright, I feel like that's a pretty compelling egg. No? Wait, is there like 20 other images of lobster and 6 other fish? There's 4 more lobster images, and then 6 other creatures, each of them have 5 different ones. So yeah, it's gonna be quite a task. But you gotta do what you gotta do. It's the extremely detailed egg. My computer can't just handle it. That's probably it. It's like all these crazy shapes, right? All right, and then I want to like, I don't know how I'm gonna do animations yet. I wonder. So I could do something like check this out. You can do stuff like this, where you do that and then this would be lobster. Egg 1. And then squish it. And then unsquish it. Then you get a prototype. And then you like do this. After delay, like 500 milliseconds. Animation smart animate. Kind of like that, and then do another one like this. After delay. Like that, and then if you like play this, that's not what I wanted. That did not squeeze the way I wanted it to. OBS is not optimized. You can code your own system with screen capture. Oh, good idea. Let's do that in some of my spare time I have. Look, I really just want to squish this guy. Doesn't the smart animate work? Look. After delay of 0 milliseconds. then do that. Like, does that not work? Oh, look, it's squish. Oh, lovely. So this guy doesn't appear to be centered. Okay. See that? It's squished. And look, then we'll make it unsquish. Squish, squish, squish. What moved? It moved, it moved. We are in business. Check this out. Squish, squish. Squish, squish. Isn't that adorable? This is so cute. Okay, now the question you may be asking. How can I like... I don't think there's any way to like... So I don't know if there's gonna be the best way to do it. If I could like export this as like frames, that'd be like the best thing ever. But I don't think there really is a way. Squish. Hello? How do I make it squish? Squish, squish. You can. You have to make all frames in one bitmap. Wait, what do you mean by that? I want to take this animation when I could obviously like screen record this thing and get a video. It's not really what I want to do. You can create a code to open the... What are you talking about? Export to video GIF. Oh yeah, this is like what I want. You tell me I need to like give you my email. check my email. Select a flow. Okay, so I can't do any of these until I wonder if a GIF would be good though. What in the world did I just do? Okay, this is a GIF. macOS, for some reason, when you look at a GIF, it just gives you all the frames. I think I have a GIF ski. Does this let you view GIFs? Oh, use quick look. Where's Q? What QuickTime Player is that? Wait, what is quick look? Use quick look? Oh, that's that thing? Oh yeah, easy play there. Did the stream freeze? Yeah, the stream froze. I'll fix it. Why is this not working? There we go. Okay, and then all right, we're back. Let me get my face back on here too. Okay, so we have a GIF that's kind of low quality, 25 FPS and only 512 pixels big. But that's probably fine because it's never even going to be this big. Um, I don't know. Can I use this? The thing is, I don't want it to be... All right, no, I don't think this is a good solution. Because I also want to like randomize the animations and make it like, you know, every once in a while a little squish, but normally it just sits there, you know? So, what would be a good solution for that? Anybody ever done stuff like this before? It's basically, what do you do if you're making a video game, I guess? Um, this is what I want. Character animations like Duolingo and SwiftUI. Oh, perfect. I'm working on a tutorial app and would like to add animations on a mascot character which appears in the app throughout when needed. I have questions like, what tools are used to animate the Duolingo's owl character and how are they used inside the OS app? Is SwiftUI used for animations or is it done in another animating tool imported SwiftUI some sort of animated GIFs or other file types? Um, Thank you very much, everyone. I used Rive to animate characters and used their SDK to run it on iOS. This is the app you made. Let me see the app you made. I don't see the mascot. This guy, maybe? Rive. I feel like I heard about Rive. Oh, I've seen this before. Wait, it's open source too? No way. An interactive design tool, a new stateful graphic format, a lightweight multi-platform runtime, blazing fast vector render. Oh, this is like perfect. This is perfect. Mobile apps. Comes with its own editor. Has an iOS SDK. Apple. Whoa. No, not rewrite the whole thing or whatever this is, but just do the animations and then import them into Xcode. Editor run. Oh, I need to sign up. I am a developer. This is so good. This is literally like exactly what I want. Looks like it's what Duolingo uses too. Downloads. Ooh, always do the early access. And now this is a pretty sick looking app. Oh, this guy's following my cursor too. Look at that. Oh, I don't have early access. Never mind. Throw that in the trash. And then okay, just get the stable release, I guess. What's in the free plan? Individuals? I'm an individual. Unlimited personal files. This is perfect. I don't need anything in the paid plan because I'm just an individual. All right, put that in there. Open it up. Log in with the Google. Here we are. Okay. 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 Stick with free. Got it. Oh, I can't create files, projects, but I can create files. Interesting. For programmers that don't like programming, guys, do you want to draw a lobster just like handwriting SVG? I don't. Alright, so how do I draw on this thing? How does this even work? Lottie. I can draw a circle. And then is there some sort of like keyframes? Animate. Here we go. Entry will be here. Timeline will move to here. No? Just stays there. Okay, go back here. Sit there. How do I add a keyframe? Keyframe, add keyframe. How do you add keyframe? This is Blender in 2D. Yeah, this is kind of like Blender. It's a lot simpler than Blender though. Oh, you can do like rigging with bones. This is awesome. We're just gonna blow this place up. Okay. I really just want to figure out how to insert a keyframe so I can start animating stuff. Please. Please. Keyframe. I got nothing. Yada 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 yada. Select a key. Interpolation. What are you talking about? Oh, you're telling me it just automatically adds keyframes for me. I just have to click on the thing and move it. Oh, so we'll go here and like shrink it up. Ooh. Wait, no, except for this one I want it to be tall. Aha. Joink, joink. This is so good. Just do it smoothly, please. Shrink. And then this one to this one. Do it smoothly, please. Okay, we are on to something. It's a pretty sick animation if I do say so myself. And so then I hear they have like an iOS runtime, so you can like export this thing somehow. Export for runtime. Apple. Whoa. Okay, so Rive runtime is like something we gotta import. So they have their own file type that have their so you can do remote URLs. I'll probably bundle mine so that they're fast. Cool, this is like fantastic. This is literally like everything I've ever dreamed of. So like if I export my Rive file, circle, like stick that on my desktop, I guess, I don't know. So now I have this Rive that can't open. The Rive editor will be down on Sunday in the middle of the night. That's weird. Okay. Rive documentation's like Microsoft? What are you talking about? This is good. Editor. This is awesome. And I'm only doing very simple animations. I largely just want to like design things. So that's pretty fun. Doink doink. Don't show again, yes. Get rid of that. Okay. So is this like the dimension I want to work with though? This is 16 by 9. Oh, I can just do one of these. Oh, perfect. Okay. So what was I doing before? It was like 880 by 640. Boom, now we have an artboard. This is a little more square. All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom and I'll be right back, but this is fun. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So here's what I want to do now. I want to recreate the egg. Right? So it's like a circle, not spun. Wait, the yellow circle is for spinning. Oh, okay, this is interesting. This is for moving that way. This is for moving that way. It is just like Blender. Okay. What's a good size though? If this is the frame, something rather small, like that kind of. All right, and then fill it with what was the color we had back in Figma? I like that color. That was a good color. I wonder if they have like a Figma export. Rive for Figma. Wait, Rive for Figma? Bro, are you kidding me? Okay, no, you still gotta make the Rive things. Okay. Copy and paste from Figma to the Rive editor. Whoa. You mean you're trying to tell me that I can just like copy pasta this thing? And then like maybe not. Copy as SVG. This is uploading SVG from clipboard, but it's not doing anything. Copy as SVG. And then go over here and paste. It says uploading file from clipboard. Oh, it goes over to assets. Where in the world is that? Ah, all these things. Why didn't you say so? Okay, so now we got this beautiful thing. So that makes my life a lot easier. So I can just design these things over in Figma and then animate them in Rive. How about that? So can I like center this thing? Hey Kara or Kyra. Is it Kyra or Kara or something totally different? It's probably something different. Alright, so here's Aggie. And then Aggie's going to get animated. Look out, Aggie. Entry goes into timeline 1. Can I create like... So here's what timeline 1 is about. Timeline 1 is the squish. How do I rename this thing? Squish. Starts like that. By the time it's at 15 frames, it actually squishes down like this. Shoink. Oops. But then by the time it gets back to 30, it's doing all right again. I don't know how big it was. That was not good. Go back here. Is this centered? Okay. Now, same thing here at 30 frames. But then at 15 frames in the middle, squish it down and stretch it out. Bruh. Oh, I figured out how to add keyframes. You do it over here. Position, add a keyframe, 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 keyframe. And do the same thing over here at 30 frames. So we're going to keyframe all of them. Keyframe, 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 keyframe. And then over here, we're going to squish and stretch. Now it'll look super good. Squish. All right, it's a little slow, no? So let's like drag this back to here. All right, hang on. I missed a bunch in chat. We're animating SVGs here. Yes, we are animating. Guy's brother decided to switch from the streaks to a reward progression system. This is an egg from which a lobster pop star will hatch. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Thank you for all explanations, people. Is that fast enough? Okay, this translation is a little bit stiff. Can we get some fluid? Fluid transitions. Shoink. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Maybe like a fast squish. Doesn't that look adorable? Tell me it's not adorable. Guess too squished out. Too squished out. Go back here. Go back here. Go back here. Okay. Kyra says it's so cute. Awesome. Thank you so much. Isn't it squishy? I think it's so cute and squishy. Okay. Can we change that so it's like, and then change this one to be like that. Okay, that way like, then drag this out here. 25. It's all about the transitions. You know, what'd be really good is if it went a little too high. Aha. I just had a moment. A moment of brilliance. All right, ready? Right here. Question? Okay, where did this bro come from? This bro needs to be here. This bro needs to be deleted. This bro needs to go later. This bro needs to go taller and thinner. This transition needs to be more like that, I think. Carrie says it's so cute. You want to eat it? I feel like that's pretty compelling. It's very squishy, isn't it? All right, so that's the squish. So then how do I make, like, if it's squish, can I make another one? Haha. Add state. Wait, that's a state. This is like a timeline. That then goes basically back to entry. Interesting. Events. How does this whole system work here? And then that'll be it. Shrink. Any state. What is this any state you speak of? Okay, and then it goes to exit. Like, this is kind of what I want, right? So now I start an entry, I play. It's not doing the squish. Squish. All right, hold up. We need a. I need to read some documentation about how this thing works. Okay, product, editor. Yada, 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 get started. No, not this, not this. Words like the learn. Here we go. Learn. Editor. Overview, toolbar, hierarchy inspector. Stage. What's the stage? No, okay. Manipulator, shake, text, animate mode. Here we go. Timeline. Okay, overview. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, time to watch the videos.
Them to life in animate mode. While we briefly looked at this in the interface overview, your graphics and prepare them for animation, animate mode is used to bring those creations to life. Use the mode toggle at the top right of the screen, or hit tab to switch between the two modes. Upon switching to animate mode, you'll notice that a timeline appears at the bottom of the editor. Objects and their properties appear on the timeline once they've been keyed. There are a few different ways to key a property. You can manipulate an object directly on the stage, which will set a key for any resulting transformation like position, rotation, or scale, or change the property in the inspector. You can also use the key button that appears next to any property in the inspector to set a key for the current value. Keep in mind when you create keys, they're created at the position of the playhead. You can move the playhead by clicking on a specific frame, or using the comma and period keys to move the playhead by a single frame, forward and backward. Hold shift while using the shortcuts to jump ahead or back by 10 frames. Simple animation is created by only keying position and scale properties. Before animating the groups, start by animating the main group playhead, so be sure to have your playhead in the desired location. Hit the spacebar to preview the animation. As you can see, when the playhead gets back to the playback, shorten the link endpoint. In this case, the origin group by hitting. Remember to copy the first scale key.
Animation mixing. No.
To create animations in Rive, we'll need to use the timeline, but tab shortcut. You'll notice that every time I hit tab, we'll switch back and forth between the two modes. The first thing you'll notice in animate mode are these little boxes. Let's ignore these for now, and we'll cover this in the interactive part of the course. What we really want to talk about is the timeline.
What's the interactive part of the course?
We need to go editing software. All this, we have a bunch of different options. Play the pause and forward and move all of the time. You scrub through the timeline or move it around.
Yeah, I get that part. What are those boxes?
Space bar and then.
Aha. Is this what it is? Does this look like a state machine, dude? State machine 1. Ah, check it out. It's a state machine. So So it's in this section probably. Logic that derives the transitions. Interactive motion graphics that are ready to be implemented in here. Okay, this is perfect. This is very nice. Aha, okay.
The state machine is what allows us to add interactivity to Rive files. To access the state machine, we'll need to be in animate mode. We can do that by hitting this toggle up here, or by pressing the tab key.
Yada yada.
When we get to animate mode, you can see that our state machine graph is down here where the timeline would normally be. If you look at the animations,
Requires designers and animators to think more like a developer. This is what we want. Wow, this is a good recommendation.
List on the left side, you'll see that by default we have state machine 1, and we also have timeline 1, which is just below it. Now this timeline is already added to our state machine, which you can see out on the graph. Now if we hit the play button to activate our state machine, you'll see that the first animation that's connected to the entry state will start playing.
Does mine do that? Does mine do that? So I connected mine to exit, which I think was not what you're supposed to do. If I hit play now, it plays it once. It's not like looping. William, you're pretty pessimistic today.
If we go into timeline 1, you can see that we have a few keys here that move the red square from the left side to the other. Now if we go back to the state machine and we hit play again, you'll see that once again this animation is playing. You'll see that the animation is represented by this blue node here, and you can also see that it's being filled. Now this is a progression meter showing us how much of the animation is being played. In addition to timeline 1 being on the graph, you'll notice that there's 3 other states. The first one is this green one called entry. The blue state is the any state, and the exit state is in red. We'll focus on these 2 states in another video. Let's start by focusing on the entry state. The purpose of the entry state is to tell our state machine which state it should start in. We can tell our state machine which state to start in by connecting our other states with one of these little lines here with the arrow. In this case, we only have one line, and when we hit the play button, we'll go from the entry state, it'll follow the line into timeline 1. Let's talk about working with states on the state machine. Now we can move these states around by clicking on them and dragging them around the graph. You'll notice that as we drag them around, the little red lines for the snapping pop up, and we can use that to align our nodes. Now we can also turn snapping off, which will disable this, and we'll be able to move those nodes around freely. Now we can delete all the non-default states by selecting them, and Command Z or Control Z on Windows. We can pan the graph view around.
Do you already have a buyer for the app, or is it something that you're going to market after it's built? We're going to market it after it's built. I mean, we're going to start doing some ads and stuff prior to it being done, but yeah, most of the marketing is going to be once it's built.
By holding down spacebar, and you'll notice that the cursor changes to a hand, and then we can click to drag the graph. We can zoom in. Is a little too. We'll start learning how to create interactions.
Okay, that didn't really help me very much. So I need to read the rest of this. Okay, easy state machine requires anatomy. There's states, transitions, inputs, and layers. We'll explore each of these. The graph is the space in which you'll be adding. Hold on, in which you'll be adding states and connecting transitions. Yeah, William gave a good answer, Lucas. What's the whole purpose of the app? I do not mind you asking at all. Yeah, it's like a resolution / commitment keeping app. space, you'll be adding states and connecting transitions. It appears in place of the timeline when a state machine is selected in the animations list. States are simply timeline animations that can play in your state machine. Typically, these will represent some state that your animated content is in. For example, a button will typically have an idle state, and a hovered state, and a clicked state. Okay, this is interesting. Wait, how'd you get that like condition thing? Conditions? Say what? Luckily you got this. Set up a randomized state machine for natural character movement. Wow, this is a slow guy. Gee whiz. Randomized state machines. Built-in randomization support that enables randomizing transitions between animations and customizing probability. Support across all major runtimes. Perfect. You can use the any state feature to create natural randomized character movement. States connected to the any state can be played at any time, regardless of which state you're receiving. Random idle animations or spontaneous character behaviors. Multiple idle animation states that can transition randomly. Why do I feel like I don't have enough things here? Is it because I'm like not on the no. Here we go. Randomized state transitions in Rive.
In this this one, we'll go ahead and learn how to randomize the transition between different states or animations in the Rive state machine. So here I have an example with this number input or roller. If I go ahead and hit this trigger, it should go ahead and display a random number. To do that, we can go ahead and key in the state machine input of the nested artboard and create different timelines with different numbers. So let's go ahead and perform these numbers.
This is different. Here you go, idle animations. Excuse me. If you have idle animation states where the graphic remains static at a given state, in a state machine, consider using a one-shot animation, ensuring that the timeline animation is not unnecessarily long. At runtime, in a state machine, if no looping animations are active, blend states are playing, the runtime will preemptively pause itself until a state machine input or Rive listener triggers the next transition in the state machine. This is because resources, yeah. But how do I make this like randomly? I have an idle animation for my okay, just got here. What are we working on? Yeah, William just gave you a good answer. I have an idle animation for my character that I want to play randomly every few seconds. How exactly can I do that? And if this takes as long as last time, then we have like a 5-minute wait ahead of us for us to try to figure it out on our own. I need this to like play an idle animation randomly every few seconds. You want to use Rive state machine with randomization features. Here's the approach. Set your state machine. First create a state machine in your Rive file that with an idle state, your main idle animation, one or more random idle states, your special animations. Oh, so I need another state. Idle. So we'll start with idle. And then go to squish. Why is it not? Oh, randomize exit. Oh, I'm starting to understand, I think. Say what? Uh, oh, because that's supposed to be squish. That's my problem. Make it twice as likely to go to idle as to squish. I'm playing. I feel like I have it set up right now. What? Have an idle transformation and move, or an idle timeline and a moving timeline. I want it to mostly be on the idle one and just occasionally and randomly do the moving one. How exactly do I do that? Random. It's also tutorials. Um, see, why does this look different? Entry state. States connected to any state can be played at any time. Kara's got to go. All right, thank you for stopping by. It's good having you on. What? So this is the most interesting stream so far. Are my numbers like too small? Like what's, I don't even understand what this number is. Exceeded max iterations. Oh, it's just going like super fast through all these. Oh, I think I found my problem. I found my problem. Okay, so how do I not do that? See that? Okay, it's I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. We are getting places. Hey Saba. What are we working on? So we decided to switch these fires. Where'd the fires go? The fires aren't gonna be fires anymore. They're gonna be sea creatures that go through like different stages of like growing up. And so trying to figure out how to like create animated sea creatures. And so I'm using this app called Rive, which has a runtime for iOS, which is pretty awesome. I'm just trying to figure out how to use it. Whoa, I did it. You guys see this? I did it. This is exactly what we wanted, right? So I feel like we should just make it more often be like make the idle be 75% of the time. And maybe 25% of the time. So now it should mostly go here. But occasionally it still should go here. It's going there a lot. Why is it only going there? There we go. Now it goes there. There's another one. Maybe that just happened to be like a crazy thing. It is random. Okay, let's switch it to more like 60-40. That's pretty fun. So we're getting that squish animation. All right, now I'm gonna try to bring this thing. This is basically what I want. I'm gonna try to bring this into the iOS app. Because if we can figure out that that's easy, then this will be like the greatest thing ever. Cool. So can I export this? I'm gonna call it, okay, wait, I'm gonna call this lobster 1. So now we have this guy, lobster 1 right here. Which is great. And now I just want to figure out how to pull that into Xcode. So I'm going to move this over here. Actually, move this over here. Actually, do this. Okay. And then yeah. App runtimes. Apple. How do Apple runtime live runtime libraries are open source? I wonder if there's docs here. I guess I just point you here. Example that. Okay. So we need to add this package. Oops. Rive iOS. Add the package. Result. Yeah, okay. So now you have the Rive runtime. And now I want to use that like over here in resolution card. Why is it asking me for the metal tool chain? It's downloading the metal tool chain. Oh, it's right here. I disgust you? How do I disgust you? Okay, now we try. Not you, I was talking to Saba Bugs. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's comment about different brain rot characters. Alright, so this is working again. But now I want to add. Okay, so import Rive runtime. So that's a thing. And then SwiftUI. Rive view model. .view. The reference name is a .riv asset bundled into your application. Okay, so let's add in our thing to the assets. There they are. I don't know what this would count as. It's not an image. Data. Okay, it's just that. What did I call it? Wait, where did it go? Hold on, I lost it. Export this. Lobster one. I have lobster one. Oh, there it is. Lobster1.riv. Okay. Lobster. Why won't it let me do lobster1.riv? That's not working. Is it Flutter? No, this is native SwiftUI. Here we go. There's a nice video about it.
Here's how to embed animated assets from Rive in SwiftUI.
Rive? She's calling it Rive.
Here's how to embed animated assets from Rive in SwiftUI. Visit Rive website, click on Runtimes, select iOS, and copy the GitHub URL. In Xcode, select File, then Add Packages, and enter the URL in the top right corner. Select Rive iOS and click Add Package. Import your Rive animated assets in your project.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's the part I needed. How did you do that?
Import your Rive.
Oh, like this. What would she do here?
Your Rive animated assets in your project.
Okay. Okay. It's right there. So you have this like resolve. Make like a new folder. Rive assets. Lobster. Stick my lobster in there.
Import Rive runtime. Replace the existing.
Wait, she called it Rive there and Rive the other way. This must be a AI voice.
Text with Rive view model. For the file name, use shapes which is part of the Rive assets folder. To ensure the view renders correctly, add .view parentheses.
Whoa. Lobster. All right, lobster 1. We're calling mine lobster 1. So let's go back over to where was it? Here. We'll just pop it in, right? Wait, so. And then what's the magic incantation I need to do? Rive view model. File name lobster 1. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's squished. It's squished. Now, is somebody willing to tell me why on earth I have that horrible gray background? Okay. Very nice. That's probably... Why is the syntax highlighting not even working? Oops. All right, let's go back to Rive. How do I get rid of like the background? Like, can I just make that invisible? Oh, there we go. put it straight to resolve. Replace that one. Give it a minute, give it a minute. Now we have got a transparent background and we just have a cute little egg. Rive has transparency. Very cute, especially when they all decide to bounce. They'd be like squishy. That's so fun. Okay. I need to stand up. Cool. That's pretty awesome. I'm just wondering. Yeah. See, some of these are taking up more space than others. This should have a fixed fixed height, I feel like. Yeah, it's because some of these wrap and some of these don't. Okay. That's pretty good. And then get rid of the border. And then that's pretty cute, I gotta say. Pretty adorable. Little egg right there. Especially when it decides to bounce. I haven't actually built this on a simulator yet. Here we go, real phone. Hello? Wait for it, wait for it. It's installing. There it is. It's launching. Wait for it. It froze. It's frozen. Okay, close that out. There we go. So now there's these adorable little eggs. Oh, and they squish. The squish is so cute. I love the squish. Do you think they should be bigger? See, look, it loads instantly now. That's pretty awesome. So when you click on one of these, it'll like show it bigger up here on the top or something. I think. Oh, also my brother wanted to get rid of the search. Which means we can do this. Lovely. At least a little bigger. All right, let's make it just a smidge bigger. Just a smidge bigger. Let's go like 120. Wait, I don't think I can do that. I could make it bigger. Okay, wait. Well, the thing is, I want like if you have like this and then you have like an adult next to it, I want this to look kind of small. Is the thing. So maybe this is good. Is it gonna be searched at all now? I don't think for this page because you probably won't have too many resolutions. So I feel like that's pretty sick. Just built it again. This time without the search bar. I love when they bounce. All right, time to make the next stage of the lobster. But first, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Wait, where are we? All right, yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, I see. Good to see you on here. Yeah, that's kind of what it was already. Was like the swipe up for the search bar. We could do that. If we decide we need it, it'll be really easy to add back in. But just for now, just keep it simple. We'll leave it out. All right. So there's the egg, and here, yeah. So let's just make the next. Can I do 2 artboards? In one. Yeah, can I do 2 artboards in one file, or is it like one? Oh, artboard. Oh, can I just do like this? Well, what do you know? Now we have 2 artboards. Lobster 1. Get rid of all those. Okay. Whoops. Okay. So lobster 2 starting at a blank slate. What does my next? So this is like pen tools. It's probably not as good as like Figma, I'm sure. I wonder whether it's worth. Let me do some like basic. Yeah, there's like 2 bones that are connected. How does this work? And then can I add like a like some meat on that bone? How do I attach the bone?
Or by using bones in our chain, and if we go to the between our bone.
Bones. Let's check this out.
Is the bone tool. Bones allow you to arm using to start. That means that we haven't. If you're happy with your bone chain, either hit escape bones, do not. Note that you can do this from. It's important to know you can create the bone. We can rotate those bones to deform both vector and. Now that we've talked about creating bone chains, let's talk about adding our artwork to them. Now there's two ways to do this. One is through hierarchical connections, which we'll talk about in this video, and the other is through binding and weighting, which we'll talk about in the next. To create hierarchical connections between our artwork and our bones, we'll obviously need a bone and some artwork. So I'll just use a rectangle. Now that we have that, we can add our rectangle to our bone through the hierarchy by dragging and dropping it. Now that a rectangle's been added to our bone, anything that we do to the bone, like rotate it, move it, or scale it, those changes are going to be inherited by the rectangle because it's now a child of the bone. Note that the only thing that isn't going to change our rectangle is if we change the length of our bone. And that's because we haven't bound or weighted our vertices to the bone. Now, just because we have a simple connection between our bone and our artwork doesn't mean that this isn't useful. In fact, for performance reasons, hierarchical connections are actually better than binding and weighting our shapes and our images. So the more places that we can find those hierarchical connections that make sense, places that we don't need to deform, the more performant our file is going to be. Let's take a look at a few examples of ways that we can use hierarchical connections with bones. Let's say, for example, we want to create an arm for our character. Now, in this case, I've got 3 bones that are attached to 3 different strokes that have the rounded portion of those strokes overlapping. So when I start rotating the bones, it actually looks like we're rotating and adjusting an arm. Another good use case for hierarchical connections is, let's say we have an accessory that we want to attach to this arm. Let's say something like a shield. It's not going to deform at all, so we can create a shield. We'll just use an ellipse, maybe use another one, change the color on it, group that. So now we have a group, and we could call it shield if we wanted to. And then we could just drag it and drop it onto that hand bone. So here. Now, it is appearing below our arm, so we'd have to do a custom draw rule. So we want it above this target here. And there you go. Now we've got a shield attached to the arm and attached to the hand that we can rotate and animate along with our character. So this is a good use case of using hierarchical connections with your...
Okay. Seems like that would get me like most of what I want, but...
Let's explore another way to attach our artwork to our bones using binding and weighting. Now in this video, we're only going to focus on vector artwork and not raster artwork because that process is slightly different, and we'll have a complete video for you on that as well. Now, binding and weighting allows us to manipulate the individual vertices of a path using different bones. That means we can do things like make flags wave or arms move in a natural way. There's 2 parts to this. The first part is the binding process, and that exposes the different bones to our path layer. The next step is weighting, and that's telling our individual vertices how much influence each bone should have over it. Let's start with the binding process. To bind a bone to a path layer, we'll first need to select it. We can either do that through the hierarchy by going in and expanding the shape layer and selecting the path layer, Or with the shape layer selected, we can hit enter. You'll now notice that when the path layer is selected, we have this bind bones option. If we hit the plus button, the editor changes and lets us know that it's time to select some bones. We can select any individual bone by clicking, but if we want to select multiple bones, we'll need to hold shift as we click so that we can multi-select. Once we're happy with our selection, we can either hit the done button here or hit the enter key. You'll notice that once we've done that, these bones have
Kai is present. Contrary to popular belief, I'm down here. Check it out.
changed colors, and these bones now appear in the bind bones section. Now that our path layer knows what bones it can use, it's time to tell the individual vertices how they should use those bones. So let's go into edit vertices mode, either by hitting the button or hitting the enter key with the path selected. If we select any of our vertices, you'll notice that the bones now have this numerical value next to them. That numerical value is the weighting value. Right now, each one of our vertices is weighted to the root bone, or this blue one, at 100%. That means that this bone has complete control over all of these different vertices. But we could change that by either clicking and dragging or inputting a numerical value. Now you'll notice that the sum total of both of these numbers equals 100. And it doesn't matter if we have 1 bone or 20 bones, that value is always going to equal 100%. What we're essentially telling this vertex in particular is that the root bone is going to have the majority of the influence, and this yellow bone is going to have some bit of influence over you. Now, you'll notice that all of the other ones are still weighted at 100% to the root bone, and the reason that they started at 100% with the root bone is because that was the first bone that we selected in the binding process. Had we selected the yellow one first, then all of the vertices would be weighted to the yellow bone. That's a little trick that you can keep in mind to speed up the weighting process. Now, let's close out Edit Vertices mode and rotate some bones. So if we rotate this, you'll notice that only this vertex is actually moving. And that's because this vertex is the only one that's being influenced by this top bone. Now, let's explore weighting a little bit more. So let's back up here, go back into Edit Vertices mode, and I'm now going to convert these top 2 vertices into asymmetric handles. Now I'm going to need to do a little bit of adjustment to make it look like a rectangle again. Like this. And you'll now notice that when I select these handles, they also have the ability to be weighted. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and take these 2 handles here and weight them evenly between these 2 bones. So the blue bone is going to have 50% and the yellow bone is going to have 50%. And then all of these, I'm going to give the yellow bone total control of them. Now let's see what happens when we rotate that top bone. So now you can see that we're actually creating a nice curve using those handles. So if you're smart about how you weight things, then you can get nice curves in your vector paths. Now it's going to take some practice to figure out what the best weighting strategies are, but through a little bit of this vertex on weighting, we can hit enter. In this example, is that we're actually moving a shape layer.
Okay, I feel like I get it. I feel like I get it. It's time to make a little plankton. So yeah, this will be interesting for sure. What is the thing I'm trying to make here? It's like this little guy. Let me look up. Aha. I'm thinking like this kind of guy. Can I not place an image in here? All right, fine. There's our reference. So let me just try to make like one leg. Looks like they just have like one main joint. Right, something like that. And then like pen the shape of this thing. Why won't this let me zoom in on it? Okay. Like one of those legs. Okay. It's kind of like big on the top. And then it goes down to like a point here. That's like a little leg. I feel like it's a little bit fat. Let's keep it skinnier. That's better. Okay. And then wait, how do you get the place where you bind the bones? Bind bones. Okay. Right now, if I rotate this bone, nothing happens. But if I rotate this bone, it moves because they're all weighted to that guy. Okay. Edit vertices, that's how you do it. Okay. So this, yeah, so these are all the root bone. That's good. Let's switch these ones to 50-50. And this one to entirely this guy. What happens now? That's pretty awesome. Look at me, I'm an animator. Pro animator. Okay, and then I'm going to add, so that's like one of these legs here. There's a lot of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many there are, probably 10. And then there's like the little ones on the tail. So Kai is delusional? What do you mean Kai is delusional? Is this not pro animating right here? How detailed do we want to get? Do we want like all those little hairs? Like that? Check it out, we got hairs. Okay. So then take this thing. All of these should be 100% on that guy. Okay. Great, and then we could, I don't know how detailed to get with this thing. Let's just call that good for now. So there's a leg. You hide the bones. This thing can like bend. The only thing I might have done, can I like scale this whole thing down? I think I probably can. Okay. So then we'll have a body. First of all, are we gonna make it like that transparent blue? Now you got those spots on the top. Uh, Why can I not see these things? Alright, this will suffice for now. And then let me add, oops. Another one. Right, it's starting to look a little bit scary. And then take this other one. Put it there, and then I just need one more, I think. Oh, I could have just done that whole time. Alright, so those are the legs. Pretty complex. Turn the whole thing that way a little bit. And then add the little pincher up on the front. Right, so it's like another pincher is like okay, this thing is definitely gonna be way too big. Do I have a means of scaling this thing down? Stop it. Oh, cool. I just scaled it down. That makes me feel much better. Put these all together again. So there's our legs. And then we will add, actually that's kind of a little bit too small, isn't it? Well, that might be good. That'll probably be good. And then add the other claw right here. So that'll be like, okay, let me add the bone first. The bone will be like this. Right? And then as far as like the shape around that, it's kind of like a start skinny. We'll fix this in a jiffy. Okay, so fix this. I'm coming for you, Pixar. Alright, clearly there's a problem here. This. Needs to go much deeper in like that. And then these bones need to match. Okay. Not horrible, not horrible. Pixar's 3D. Truth. But I think the concept is pretty much the same. You just add another dimension. How hard can it be? Alright, now I'm going to bind bones. Shoink. Okay, so this is a claw. Leg. 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 Okay, now those are all grouped. Now those are all grouped. So this bad boy right here now needs to have Okay, so these ones are obviously going to be weighted 100% on that bone. These ones, oh dear, I lost it. These ones are probably 50-50, these two, I'd say. Right. These ones are 50-50 that and that. This and this probably too. This one's probably half that, half green. This one's probably half purple, half red. Oops. There we go. Half purple, half red. This one should be 75% that and 25% that. This one should be 75% this and 25% that. All right, and then these ones and this one really too. All these are 100% this. And all these are 100% red. And then this one is probably 50% that, 25% this, and 25% this. Does that seem reasonable to you guys? Let's try moving this thing around. So when this guy moves, the whole thing moves, which is what we want. When this thing moves, it moves at that elbow. This guy also moves it at that elbow. This guy moves that lower thing. Dude, is that like perfect or what? That's pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. Okay, rotate that a smidge. Put it into place. Not actually rotate that much, it kind of hangs down with the others. Select all those, they need to rotate to kind of that angle. All right, and then this should fill, I guess just the same color, it's fine for now. I'm gonna try to add more colors later on. 6 out of 10 rig? No, this is a 10 out of 10 rig. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, so there's like legs. And now we just add like a body, and the body's not gonna move a ton. I don't think. So this is gonna be complicated. The back like comes down here, here, okay, it comes down like here, to here, to here, to here, to like here. Kind of like that. At which point it kind of becomes part of the legs. That's kind of like what the body looks like. I mean, it's like it's a rough sketch. Starting to look a little bit nightmarish. And then if it has a long tail, I think that'll help. And some whiskers. There, give it a rounder nose. And then a tail. Alright, then we need an ellipse for the eye that goes like right here. Which is kind of like the same color, but like a lot darker. And then I'll put like a little glint in there. Very cute. And then he needs like some whiskers and a tail. You just send a picture to my brother. He's gonna think this is so funny. Okay. Look at that, just lovely, friendly creature. Looks so nice. All right, tail or whiskers next. Let's do the tail. Tail will take a second. So I'm gonna go like, okay, we'll get like the rough shape of the tail. It has like spikes. Yeah, you're the only one talking right now. You're probably the only one sticking around for this sort of content. All right, and then it kind of fans out. Oops. Okay, I'll fix that in a second. connects right there. Obviously this is no good. There are 7 people watching. You're just the only one that's commentating, which I appreciate. I mean, I appreciate that you're doing it. All right, the shape doesn't look quite right. That's better now. All right, then I'm gonna add some bones to this actually. Add some bones. Okay, so what is all this? What is this shape? That's the body, that's the eye, that's that. Okay, so all this can be grouped together. This is the body. This is that's the tail. Okay. I'm going to I guess I'll just keep this simple. So we'll go like bone, 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 bone. Pretty straightforward, eh? Okay, so then get this, the path, and bind bones. So this bone, this bone, this bone, this bone, this bone, this bone, and this bone. I'm gonna bind those. So now we have all these colored, beautiful bones. And now I want to edit the vertices and bind them each to a bone. So like these top ones here, I guess all these are fine, 100% that. Once we start getting to like here, here, and here, we'll do 50-50. That way when this starts bending. Okay, and then once we get to like here and here and here, this will be like 75% that bone. And then these ones, this one, this one, this one will be 100% that bone. And then this and this and this will be 50% this bone. Wait. Right, and then this, 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 and this will be 100% this bone. And then this and this will be 50% this bone. 50% this bone. Wait, yeah. 50% that bone. And 50% this bone. This, this, and this will be 100% this bone. All right, and then this, and this. Okay, so these will be different, I guess. This will be 50%. That and 50% red. This will be 50% green and 50% this color. It's kind of grayish, slatish. This will be 50% green. Oops. And 50% this guy. And then this and this will be 100% red. This and this will be 100% slatish. Not 10, but 100. This and this will be 100% that. Let's try it out. Okay. Rotate that, the whole thing moves. So we're not really going to move that. But if you rotate this, does some fun things. Rotate this. Rotate this. And they should be able to rotate each of these. Yeah. Each of these little fins. Rotates nicely. Awesome. That's pretty sick. Okay, so then color this to that. And now we're getting places. This is starting to look like a little baby cute lobster. Okay. Now we want legs coming out of here. What is this? This is the tail. How to do this? I guess I could do it this way. Let's keep these really simple. I'm trying to do these things. They're kind of more taily than that. Wait, keep that one. Need one more. Okay. Oh, one more. There we go. So then bring these into the middle. That was pretty good. My question now is like, what is that attached to? That's attached to that bone, right? This bone won't affect it at all, which is good, except for the other ones. Bro, check it out. This is so meditative. Designing lobster tails? I mean, this is what I've always wanted to do. All these kind of need to come out a little more. Okay, we'll get 2 more of these things. Except I feel like this should actually kind of point in more. And this can point in a little bit more too. Alright, there's, although this one should be a little longer, shouldn't it? Like that, kind of. Alright. Well, let's get another one of these going. So, I don't know how I did that like copy pasta thing earlier. It seemed like a little bit magical. Just kind of like that. Just kind of works, I guess. That saves a lot of time. Let me rotate this one over. Kind of like, even just like that is fine, I feel like. And then I'm gonna copy pasta one more time. Down, oops. How's that? Now those don't get bones. I'll just attach them to the other bones. So I'll attach all of these ones to this guy. I'll attach all these ones. I'm doing this the quick and dirty way. To 50%. This guy. 50% that guy. Attach all these ones to that 25% this. All right, let's try moving this bad boy. If I move this thing, that pretty much works. That pretty much works. That pretty much works. All right. Looks great. Thank you, William. So there's the tail. That took a minute, and then pretty much the only thing left is like colors and I don't know like what these like paddles are back here. These like feathery things, but I think that's an unnecessary detail. We could I guess we could do this. Add another claw. Like move this one back a bit. Move this one in. It's cute. Okay, 2 claws. And then, yeah, it's got too much of a hump right here, doesn't it? All right, there we go. And now the whiskers. Can be pretty simple. Pretty scary. Alright. Tell me that doesn't look like a baby lobster. Yes, I understand that not all the proportions are right. But they're pretty close. Have you used Rive before? It's my first time. Oops. Can we center this thing? All right, there's Mr. Handsome. So how can I how can I color this thing now? I don't want to see. Is there a way to like hide all the bones without doing this? Oh. All right, so that's it without seeing all the bones. And now let's do some coloring. I don't know how to do coloring. Like, how can I add, get like the tail, for instance? If I want to add, say I just want to add test, I want to add a spot right here that sticks to the tail. I bring it into my custom shape. Wait. What? Recently found out because of Duolingo animations. You all also try to include this in my iOS app. Awesome, that sounds cool. Yeah, I remember hearing about this before. It's super cool, but it's the first time using it. I just noticed a little whisker issue. Joink. Okay, fixed. Look, bro, I just want to. Okay, what if I do it out here? Why did it just get launched over into the abyss? Okay, now I'm gonna try to bind it. All right, I'm struggling. There's no like paint. Joystick. I just want to add like. Can I paste that into Figma? Apparently not. Didn't do anything. Um. Or I saw this.
Hello, my name is Dmitry, and today I'm gonna show you how I use controller side of the. I click here. I get vertical
How'd you do
color,
that?
or you can just copy and paste color here. But I don't want to make a gradient by naked eye. I'm gonna use procedural gradients. Well, I create the new fill and make it vertical, like so, and make it, for example, here is white and black on the top. We go to settings of the fill and change the blend to the soft light, and you already see how this blend mode communicates with the base fill, and when we change the fill, all gradient changing as well. Well, I can change the gradient in real life. It's no black or gray shadow because objects around cast the color. Change it to the before global. So let's make the mannequin feather and light and stuff. And I want this on the background. In this case, the right here. And when I'm gonna change the
Okay, that's pretty cool. It's not really what I wanted, but at least you can do gradients. Which I didn't realize. Like if I want to fill that. How do I make a gradient? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm not really sure what to do here. Do this. Um, it would just be so much better if I could do um, all that color. The lobster's actually starting to look good now. Thank you. I just want like all those colors, but I can't figure out a way to get it. Point gradients mean radial gradients? Yeah. And I can do This is crazy. Why are the copied ones more green? Like I want like that subtle thing there. We arrived at a station. Jankiness. You will not enjoy your stay. Exactly. This isn't even like a good long-term solution, even if I could get all these ellipses to look right. Because I can't get things to animate like with the tail. Um, no, how do you what? Cloud render? Yeah, one gradient per mesh isn't really enough.
Go in. Once you click on that option, you'll notice that it downloads and is ready to use. This information, such as the position or .rav, stores
Hmm.
Stores a lot more general science and community for your animations. Lastly, we need to be in open. This drop down to full. We selected 2 would play 3 when the download our file. The animation times. Once we
So what I hear you saying is that I need to redo this entire lobster. Oh, which I really don't want to do. So if I did it in Figma and then brought it in, I think that would work. But let me just try like animating this first. This one still works, right? Wait for it. There we go. Yeah, so we'll add a timeline. This will be like his idle. When he's idle, he'll start like this. Oh, I need to see all of his bones. He'll be like this. He'll start out in this position. Maybe even bend this guy in a little bit. And then over here, we'll have the tail move out. This leg will move forward. guess need to move back. The creature is alive. Alright, I think I get the idea now. I'm gonna try a real. Be right back, no worries. Tell me that doesn't look like it's swimming. Any progress? Yeah, it's swimming around. Be right back. 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. All right, where were we? Got some soup. Um, Actually, wait 1 sec. I gotta pause this one more time. I'm back. I feel like this is a pretty compelling animation and might make up for the lack of color. So this is the final frame. That's better. Let him drift a little bit at the end there. And then I'll have him like go back to the original spot. All right, how are we gonna get him back, basically, is the question now. He'll push off with his tail. That'll be good. And then I need to take like all these things and put them here at the end. Let's put these right at 3 seconds. That way we can make the animation be 3 seconds long. Yeah, this is not enough. How's that for the whole loop? How do you make these things loop? All right, how do we make it loop? Oh, loop. Are these not? Say what? There's something funny here. Okay, so let me go to my state machine. Actually, let me make one more really simple one. Start here. And then open his pincher. Moves leg. Okay, that'll be like his idle thing. I feel like that's a little fast though. I wonder if I could. What if I just doubled everything? Dragged all this to the end. That might have been really rough. That's better. That's a lot better. Okay. So there's that, and then so that's a 3-second animation. This is another 3-second animation. All right, let's work on the state machine. So the entry. I've never used Unity, William. That's interesting. We'll bring in swim. We'll bring in idle. Entry will go to idle. Idle. We'll actually have 2 idles. Because an idle will go to idle sometimes. And then swim other times. So idle. Yeah, so it gets complicated. Okay. So randomize the exit. 60 and 40. And then all these have an exit time of 3,000 and a duration of 3,000. So that plays as idle. Okay, I feel like the swim is happening too much. I'm gonna bump this up to 80-20. Now it's almost always swimming, but occasionally I'm hoping. Sorry, almost always idling. All right, we can do 70-30. Every once in a while he'll do that. Okay, cool. That's pretty awesome. So let me no, not lobster 1. I want lobster 2 to export. This is lobster 2. Should we try that? Some person, how are you so good at this? At drawing lobsters? Are you kidding me? Look at these guys. Okay, I gotta say that's actually kind of cute. I just want to see him do his little swim move. Come on, buddy, swim. Swim for me, swim for me. There he goes. Swoosh, swoosh. Oh, that's so fun. The animation. I wouldn't say it's that good, but thank you, appreciate it. How does that run on an actual simulator? It's adorable. Okay, so this baby lobster, that took a really long time. I was hoping it would go faster than that. Hopefully the next ones should go faster than that though, because it just should. Because I kind of figured out how Rive works and stuff. That's pretty fun. I'd be pretty happy if I opened up this app and I saw my little creatures. All right, I'm gonna stop the stream there. I might actually do a second resolve stream later today. I'm not totally sure yet. I'll definitely do a lovely one. And yeah, this was just pretty much figuring out Rive the entire time. Which maybe wasn't super exciting, but oh well. Let me commit. Wait, are there two resolve? Why are there two lobster ones? There aren't. Okay. Made lobster, egg, and plankton with Rive. Awesome. Cool. I'll stop it there. Thanks everybody. Not too many people on today. It's kind of a boring one, I will admit. But I think we're on the right track and hopefully these should start going faster. Pretty happy with how these guys turned out, so. Until next time. How do I stop the stream? Oh yeah.